Dear friends, dear colleagues, we are starting our traditional conference, the 9th APEC Conference on Cooperation in Higher Education in Asia-Pacific region. The new era of digital education, multilateral approach and challenges for APEC. This year is quite different for us. Usually we are happy to offer hospitality and welcome all our guests on a beautiful campus at Ruski Island. This year, due to a number of reasons, we are unfortunately only meeting in virtual format, but we are still hoping that this would be a very fruitful exchange and that we will be coming up with a number of conclusions and interesting ideas as a result of this conference. Without further ado, allow me to pass the word over to the host of the conference, President of the Far Eastern Federal University, Nikita Anisimov, for an opening speech.
Dear Minister Valery Falkov, Minister Martin Benavides, Secretary Leonor Margotis Briones, Minister Moderadze MD Jidin, Russia APEC Senior Official Valery Sorokin, Lead Shepherd of the APEC Human Resources Development Working Group, Donsun Pak, Head of ESCAP Sub-Regional Office for East and Northeast Asia, Gunbold Bas Anjav, dear speakers and guests of APEC economies. It's a great honor to welcome you to the 9th APEC Conference on Cooperation in Higher Education. First of all, I wish to extend my appreciation to Minister of Science and Higher Education, Minister of Foreign Affairs, APEC Secretariat, Human Resources Development Working Group, and Education Network members for their tremendous work and assistance over the past several months, which lead us to today's meeting, the new era of digital education, multilateral approach and challenges for APEC. Far Eastern Federal University's engagement in work and activities of multilateral institutions dates back to the beginning of 2000s. Since then, APEC agenda has occupied a significant position in Far Eastern Federal University's international activities. Besides being a traditional host of APEC conference of cooperation in higher education, we act as an expert center for advancing Russia's humanitarian cooperation with Asia-Pacific countries in the field of education. Far Eastern Federal University experts have made a significant contribution to the development of policy documents and also managed to increase the level and content of APEC CCHE, linking the agenda to the official goals and priorities of APEC fora. Participation in projects and activities carried out within APEC opens up a wide range of opportunities to develop interaction among regional partners. FEFU advocates advancing the role of the universities in solving global problems, as well as strengthening cooperation in the field of education and development of human capital. Dear participants, on behalf of Far Eastern Federal University, I would like to recognize your immense contribution to the advancement of the regional system of higher education. Connectivity built among talented youth, researchers, business, and public sectors from our countries enhances the role of universities in their regional socio-economic development and fosters bilateral and multilateral dialogue in the Asia-Pacific. I hope that today we will have a great discussion. Thank you for your attention and welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Anisimov, for such an enlightening start. And now allow me to pass over for the video address of Minister of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation, Mr. Valery Falkov. Please turn on the video.
Дорогие друзья, приветствую вас на 9-й международной конференции АТЭС по высшему образованию. На протяжении многих лет конференция помогает выстраивать конструктивный диалог между странами Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона. Главное событие этого года, пандемия коронавируса, потребовала от всех нас поиска нестандартных решений и внедрения технологий в традиционные модели обучения. Опыт России показал, что переход на дистанционное обучение не имел альтернативы. Нашей главной задачей было сохранить здоровье студентов и преподавателей. Вместе с тем, переход на дистант потребовал от нас разработки системных мер, которые обеспечили сохранение качества и доступности образования. В этой связи Россия дополнительно выделила бюджетные места, расширила программу льготного кредитования и заморозила стоимость высшего образования. Россия также запустила программу трудоустройства студентов на базе университетов. В заключение хотел бы отметить, что несмотря на пандемию коронавируса, мы не должны упускать из виду вопросы долгосрочной повестки. По мере возвращения к привычному ритму жизни крайне важно обеспечить достижение целей и динамичное решение стратегических задач, закрепленных образовательной стратегией АТЭС. Уверен, что тесное сотрудничество наших стран придаст положительный импульс совместной работе и позволит ускорить прогресс в образовании на несколько лет вперед. Благодарю за внимание и желаю продуктивной дискуссии.
Our immense gratitude to Minister Falkov, and it is indeed very good to know that the ministry is supporting all their international national initiatives and that we are working side by side together. Allow me now to pass on the floor to the Minister of Education of Peru, His Excellency Dr. Martin Benavides Abanto, for his welcoming speech. Dr. Abanto, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening or good morning to those who are on the other side of the globe. I'm very grateful to the invitation to exchange views on the future of higher education and to share the Peruvian experience with speakers, APEC economics, and guests. Before the pandemic started, the Peruvian university system had gone through important changes. In 2014, we undertook a significant process of reform for the quality assurance for higher education and implemented substantial changes in the policy structure. Among them, a new university law. By 2020, 94 universities that guaranteed basic quality conditions were granted a license, while 49 that did not meet those conditions were denied the license for operation. Even though this was an important step toward quality in our higher education system, the pandemic proved the importance of a digital transformation in the higher education system in Peruvian society. This was a challenge for Peru, which had poor connectivity and a small number of blended license programs in universities. In that context, we were not prepared to face the digital transformation the pandemic demanded. However, we undertook the challenge to ensure that education does not stop. We focus our strategy on promoting the continuity of educational service in both public and private universities, which demanded large amounts of funding that will lead to an emergency digital transformation. Knowing that virtual education was not developed in public universities, we launched a competitive fund for top-level international organizations to provide advice and technical assistance to universities. Currently, more than 30,000 teachers are being trained. Moreover, to solve the problem of student and teacher connectivity, we secure funds to 100% of the teachers and up to 70% of all students for having internet service free of charge. I am pleased to announce that today 100% of the public universities in Peru have started classes remotely. This experience has led to a number of important lessons, starting with a view of different futures. Today, as APEC economics have already responded with different educational strategies to deal with the emergency, it is time to think about the future of our higher education system and the opportunity we have to innovate and transform them into a more flexible and equitable system that meets the needs of students and of the changes our time demand. In that sense, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of a profound digital transformation of higher education that continues beyond the emergency. However, to do so, we need to work closely with teachers as well as to enhance technical assistance and to universities. Moreover, this transformation has to be followed with an improvement of our technology, infrastructure, and connectivity, keeping pace with constantly changing technologies, and improving research and innovation in public university and its application to educational processes. Finally, and in line with the topic of this conference, digital transformation is an opportunity to enhance cooperation in educational affairs, starting with sharing learning experiences and knowledge. Let this conference be one of the steps toward that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and particular gratitude on our part for taking those issues so seriously. We know that it's Sunday night over in Peru, and we are really thankful for you taking part in our conference during your non-working hours. It's a real pleasure for us, and it's also a sign that Peru remains among the leaders in Asia-Pacific region for fostering humanitarian cooperation and educational development. Thank you so much once again. Now allow me to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Valery Sorokin, Ambassador at Large of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Russia's APEC senior official, with a welcoming video message. Share the screen, please.
Dear Dr. Nikita Anisimov, President of the Far Eastern Federal University, dear Professor Thomson Park, lead shepherd of the APEC Human Resources Development Working Group, dear colleagues, it is my great honor and pleasure to greet on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, in my own behalf, all the organizers and participants of the 9th Conference on Cooperation in Higher Education in the Asia-Pacific region. Let me use this opportunity as well to congratulate the administration, professors, students, researchers, staff, alumni, and veterans of the Far Eastern Federal University on its 121st birthday anniversary celebrated last week. We highly appreciate the FEFU's endeavor of convening this conference every year since 2012. This praiseworthy, practically viable tradition vividly attests to the significance Russia attaches to its active and constructive participation in the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum. We are interested in the multifaceted cooperation within APEC, basing on the principles of consensus and voluntariness, mutual respect and benefit. Russia confirms its interest in furthering such cooperation, which guides the Asia-Pacific along the path of balanced, inclusive, sustainable, innovative and secure growth, so that our region remains a stable and the most dynamic part of the globe. Our interest in strengthening the APEC-wide collaboration stems in particular from the desire to use it as an additional conducive element in the realization of the programs of social and economic development of Siberia and Russia's Far East, the huge areas which are rich in natural and human resources and which geographically directly belongs to the Asia-Pacific. It is therefore remarkable that this APEC event takes place in Vladivostok, Russia's gateway to the Asia-Pacific. The annual Vladivostok Conference indeed plays a special role in the implementation of APEC's inclusive, innovative and quality growth agenda. Suffice it to note that it is, in fact, a most considerable, if not the only APEC event dedicated to the issues of higher education in the 4-year intervals between the APEC education ministerial meetings. As such, The conference tangibly contributes to the relevant work being done by the APEC CCHE’20 and its education network. Obviously, it gave a highly commendable impulse to the elaboration of the 2016 APEC education strategy and continues to palpably add to its implementation. The current unprecedented circumstances around the world and in the Asia-Pacific caused by the COVID-19 pandemic underpin the relevance of the theme of today's conference. Digitalization has not only opened a new era in education. Digital education has become the major and in many instances the single available means of providing education. It is this severe reality and a grave challenge for all the economies that calls for robust individual and collective measures to be taken to bring all the spheres of life of our societies back to normal. Of particular value in this respect is that the conference provides a venue for sharing the best practices for arranging for a high-quality education for school children and university students in a remote format. The President of the Russian Federation, as well as the government of the Russian Federation, highlight the importance of developing reliable systems of distance learning. While gaining our own experience in this field, we are keen to learn from the relevant endeavors of our APEC partners. Understandably, when speaking about the aspects of specialization, the emphasis should be placed on education of medical workers and researchers to replenish the ranks of the front-runners in the struggle against the pandemic. In broader terms, the task is to train cadres that will maintain and increase the efficiency of health systems in our economies in the years ahead. However, in my humble personal view, the crux of the matter continues to be in educating the educators or teaching the teachers. The task of nurturing skillful teaching staff for all levels and segments of education remains highly relevant. In addition to being the masters of digital devices, modern educationalists must, of course, remain the virtuous masters of their students' souls and brains. Beyond doubt, these and many other no less important issues will be thoroughly discussed at today's meeting. I am confident the traditionally vigorous and interested discussions will again make this conference a success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, we've been feeling constant support on the part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia. I should remind everybody that start of this conference was one of their Russia's initiatives that was launched when we had their Russia's presidency in APEC back in 2012 in Vladivostok on Ruski Island, and since then it's been a really vital part of deliberations on humanitarian cooperation, and probably the only constant part within APEC, and contributes greatly to their conceptual developments and to documental provision of and intellectual interactions of the APEC members since then. Thank you once again, and now allow me to further pass on the floor to Professor Dongsun Park, who is the lead shepherd of the APEC Human Resources Development Working Group. Professor Park, the floor is yours.
Dr. Nikita Anisimov, President of Far Eastern Federal University, His Excellency Minister Valery Farkov, His Excellency Minister Martin Avanto, His Excellency Ambassador Valery Sorokin, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to make an opening remark for the 9th Conference on Cooperation in Higher Education in East Asia Pacific region. This annual conference has been held by Russia since 2012 to address diverse ways of international cooperation in higher education. I deeply appreciate Russia for continuously hosting this important annual conference. As we know, the dark cloud of the COVID-19 has swept over the APEC member economies in 2020. Education sector was no exception. The UNESCO estimates that due to the pandemic, 172 countries around the world had school closures, affecting 84% of total enrolled learners, or more than 1.5 billion students. The International Association of Universities, IAU, has also monitored the impacts of COVID-19 on higher education around the world and issued a global impact survey. The IAU finds that universities and colleges have shifted to the emergency online education status to cope with the COVID-19. The shift was not an easy task. Students, professors, universities faced such challenges as the creation of the online learning management system and reinvention of campus operations, from cleaning and disinfection, testing, shared housing, and to students and scholars' foreign travel and exchange programs. On the bright side, these challenges have offered us incentives and momentum to upgrade our higher education systems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, through our concerted efforts, we are now on the verge of bringing back to new normalcy our teaching and learning activities. To achieve this objective, we need continued international cooperation. We need to identify specific areas of cooperation and implement solutions such as online education projects for future education. And we need concerted efforts of all our stakeholders, governments, professors, students, parents, scholars, and all those who are related to higher education sector. We must imagine and prepare education beyond the COVID-19. In this connection, the 9th conference theme, The New Era of Digital Education, Multilateral Approach and Challenges for APEC, is valid, very timely, and a fitting subject to current APEC agenda. I sincerely wish that today's 9th APEC Conference on Cooperation in Higher Education in the Asia-Pacific region will initiate regional educational cooperation in the COVID-19 era. In this regard, we sincerely appreciate Russia for organizing this important and timely conference. And I wish to express our deep thanks to APEC member economies, distinguished speakers and experts for their very kind contribution and participation. Together, we can overcome the pandemic-related challenges and create new opportunities in higher education, which is essential for shared prosperity for the APEC region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Park. It's a real pleasure for us to continue working with you personally and also to be a very active participant of the Human Resources Development Working Group together under your leadership. It's a really important matter for us. Last but not the least speaker of the opening session, of course, is His Excellency Dr. Ganbald Basanjaf, who is the head of ESCAP, East and Northeast Asia Office, and he will deliver a statement on behalf of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Professor Basanjaf, we've just met recently, also online, within the framework of the other conference. We really appreciated your speech there, and we're very honored to have you here at our APEC conference. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Nikita Anisimov, President of Far Eastern Federal University, His Excellency Minister Valery Falkov, Minister of Science and Higher Education of Russian Federation, His Excellency Dr. Martin Benavides Abanto, Minister of Education of Peru, His Excellency Valery Sorokin, Ambassador at Large of the Russian Foreign Ministry and Russia's APEC senior official. Professor Park Dong-soo, Lead Shepherd, APEC, the Human Resources Development Working Group. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to give a welcoming speech at the 9th Conference on Cooperation and Higher Education in Asia Pacific region. Education, featured as a standalone Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 4, is a fundamental human right and is crucial for achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. SDG 4 aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. The achievement of SDG 4 is particularly important during the time of the fourth industrial revolution, when economic structure, society, knowledge, and the skill sets change quickly. In a new digital age, technological advances bring immense opportunities as well as daunting challenges to education. A recent example is the wide range of distance learning tools adopted amid the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. As the UN policy brief Education During COVID-19 and Beyond points out, the crisis has created the largest disruption of education systems in history, affecting around 1.6 billion learners in the world. Schools have extensive period of either partial or full closure since early 2020. In areas with limited connectivity, governments have used more traditional distance learning modalities, often a mix of educational television and radio programming, while online platform is usually employed by countries with good internet connectivity. So it is important to highlight inclusive learning when applying latest technological advancement in human capital investments. For instance, students with disabilities, those who have poor digital skills, and those without the necessary equipment or internet access may not be able to benefit from the distance learning solutions, resulting in a widened inequality. Indeed, technology can be a source of inequality and exclusion if disadvantaged groups do not have the necessary capabilities and opportunities to harness the benefits. Leave no one behind is the central promise of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It is thus crucial to close digital divide and pay special attention to vulnerable groups while integrating digital tools into the educational process. ESCAP serves as the United Nations regional hub, promoting cooperation among countries to achieve inclusive and sustainable development. One of the ESCAP's led initiative is the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway. It aims to increase the availability and affordability and broadband internet across the region by strengthening the underlying internet infrastructure. It is expected to provide a solid foundation for digital education and other digital services. The COVID-19 pandemic has also brought the issue of job polarization to the surface. Given the rapid adoption of digital technology during the crisis, repetitive jobs currently carried out by low-skilled workers are likely to be replaced by machines. While existing jobs are fading out, a variety of entirely new jobs is emerging. The pandemic may prove to be a learning point for many workers. Those who adapt to digital transform would get a decent job, and those who fail to do so may be left behind. One of the key questions is how to make good use of the new technologies to help complement and augment one's skills to boost productivity and increase employability. To conclude, I would like to stress the importance of stronger collaboration. Multilateral cooperation is essential to provide a well-coordinated strategy and action plan that help bridge the digital divide while leveraging technological advancements in digital education. Together, governments and stakeholders must shape a common digital future and ensure ensures inclusive and equitable quality education. With a discussion on cooperative solutions for global education and sustainability, as well as digital solutions for the future of work in the following sessions, I'd like to congratulate this conference as an important initiative to achieve that. I wish you all a fruitful exchange and a successful conference. I'm looking forward to continue our cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your encouraging words. We are now closing their opening ceremony, and we are ready to start our first plenary session, Cooperative Solutions for Global Education and Sustainability. Allow me to really briefly remind you of their arrangements. Please try to keep your speech within the 10-minute time frame, since this way we will be able to have some time for discussions. Those who are watching us online or here offline, please forward your questions via chat, and the rest could pass them on to me, and actually you can pronounce them yourselves in person. We would also like speakers to concentrate more on practical outcomes and on recommendations that would come up as a joint position as the result of this conference. Thank you so much. And during our first session, we will discuss the prospects for APEC cooperation in this area of higher education and define means for fostering strong and vibrant learning systems in regional educational environment with the view of their new challenges that we've faced recently, including but not limited to current COVID-19 pandemic, and taken into account that each of our countries have something to offer and to best practices to exchange and the new technological solutions to offer. And with that, allow me to give the floor to our first speaker, Her Excellency Leonor Magdoles Briones, Secretary of Education of the Republic of the Philippines. Really happy to see you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. On behalf of the Department of Education, my own country, and on my own behalf as well, we are grateful and thankful for the honor of sharing with you perspectives on cooperative solutions for global education and sustainability. Excellencies, I'd like to share my presentation. As we all know, global school closures have been massive. 1.4 billion learners were affected in 172 countries worldwide. As of October 24, we still have 34 countrywide closures due to COVID-19. In Southeast Asia, countries have already opened their schools. We are also aware, and this has been mentioned by earlier speakers, that COVID-19 has exacerbated and widened the digital divide within and across countries, especially with the demands of digital learning. And it has been mentioned that students without reliable internet access struggle to participate in the learning process. Also, the challenge is to develop general ability to learn with knowledge and skill for solving real-world problems and challenges. It is in this context that I would like to share our reflections on 5 discussion topics which were identified by the organizers of this conference, which can be the subject of discussion. One is, what are the directions for education as suggested? Well, we have observed that learning systems are sustained in many regional education networks. For example, the European Commission is implementing the Digital Education Action Plan to learn from the unprecedented changes in global education due to the pandemic. In Southeast Asia, for example, the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, or SEMIO, of which the Philippines is part of, has been conducting webinars extensively discussing responses, best practices, exchanging experiences on different aspects of education. They also have developed a portal for open education resources and massive open online resources free to be accessed by those who are interested. Furthermore, the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, of which, again, the Philippines is part of, is very active here. The second topic which has been suggested is developing education cooperation strategies to enhance futures education. We are all aware that most of us, if not all of us, have been moving into the direction of education futures, even without COVID. And so in 2015, for example, OECD already launched the Future of Education and Skills 2030 project, which aims to set goals and develop a common language for pedagogy and learning. UNESCO's Futures of Education, which has been extensively shared by most countries. And this initiative aims to rethink education and shape the future, whether it is after COVID, and it was started even before COVID. In this world of increasing complexity, uncertainty, and precarity. The third discussion topic which has been suggested is how do we meet the challenges of rapid change in ICT, and how do we define educational prospects. In Africa, for example, it is reported, and I can be corrected, 89% of learners do not have access to household computers, and 82% lack internet access. The differences, the divide between and among countries and regions is very perceptible. With the shift from face-to-face learning, which we were used to, especially in my own country, to remote learning, or what we describe as flexible learning options in universities and tertiary education, the pandemic has introduced unprecedented challenges for ICT. So member countries, for example, of the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, or ADEA, so they need to develop a comprehensive remote education policy to set up IT and multimedia structures, to upskill teachers' policy, and to set up IT and education in the universities in the area. Not all universities in the Middle East and North Africa have been able to shift to online learning as quickly as expected. And one emerging issue is the credit recognition of the certificates earned by students in massive open-line courses. If universities can give students credit for the currently free university courses offered by MOOCs, this could save substantial resources. A fourth topic for discussion which has been suggested is how do we encourage talents and facilitate international practices of exchange. And this is a very popular and common practice between and among regions, as well as between countries themselves, or even within countries also. But COVID-19 has severely affected the movement not only of students, but also of professors, also of those who are setting up ICT structures, and has put many of these practices to a full stop. In my country, for example, when a lockdown was declared by our government early on, more than 9,000 university students were in a sense detained, or they had to stay in Manila. And they were, in a sense, also trapped, unable to go home because of the restrictions on travel. So we really need digital cooperation strategies to ensure high quality and also enrich equity of education. We in the Philippines and CMEO, for example, in UNESCO, we are very concerned about equity issues. Local governments in my country, for example, are financing, giving digital devices, helping schools in their localities. And this has resulted in equity problems between and among poor local government units vis-a-vis those who are relatively wealthy, between and among urban and rural schools, and also has widened further the gap between and among private schools as well as public schools. And therefore, you would suggest that as we discuss these 5 topics, perhaps equity is the most urgent and the most important. After all, these challenge has existed even before COVID. Again, we need to develop and to enrich sustainable learning systems for regional education, but also we consider bilateral exchanges, which is also very popular and is practiced between and among countries. Think of futures education, meet the challenges of rapid change in ICT and the equity challenges that they present, encourage movement of students, of faculty, of technicians, of scientists between and among countries which are locked down and which have quarantine procedures, travel restrictions, and also to modify digital cooperation strategies to ensure high quality and, as I repeatedly say, equity in education. Thank you very much, Excellency.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Indeed, a very deep speech, and you've raised a number of very important points, including the ones of how much, with what difference we all entered into this challenging times. Because you've mentioned that while the countries of the north, like Switzerland or Austria, have less problems with regards to offering their students digital education because they don't have such a huge gap in terms of offering access to internet, to having the computers in families, in schools. It's up to 95 provision. Developing countries in Southeast Asia, in Asia-Pacific region as a whole, and it's, as you demonstrated, even worse in Africa. They are lacking basic infrastructure, ICT infrastructure, to allow for necessary inclusion for the kids to continue their education. And it's an extremely important point. It adds to the topics that we're discussing, and this also has to be raised and tackled as one of their priority issues. Thank you for that. And also you've mentioned a number of documents and concepts adopted by OECD, elaborated by UNESCO. Definitely APEC has to be also ahead with such work, because there are also specificities offered for Asia-Pacific region that needs to be attended by our regional community. That is why we also need to look more into those issues. Thank you so much once again. If there are questions, I think as I said, we'll have them at the end. I saw in the chat there were a number of questions already appeared. But now allow me to pass the floor over to our really long-time friend, Professor Kiyoshi Yamada, who is the Chancellor of the Tokai University, but he's also their honorary doctor of Far Eastern Federal University. It's been unfortunate year because we couldn't meet in person this time, but I hope that we will be able to compensate in the years to come, hopefully next year. And it's nice to see you at least online. Professor Yamada, the floor is yours.
Thank you for kind introduction, and dear Dr. Anisimov and Dr. Panova and other distinguished guests and speakers. Thank you very much for inviting me, not physically, but this very important meeting at the 9th APEC conference on the cooperation in higher education. As one of the Japanese speakers, I just introduced the situation in the Japanese higher education. Well, not as other country which has digital transformation. Japan is a bit behind, and suddenly we're forced to use the distance education or other tool to provide education in a crisis situation. Just briefly, I introduced the situation in the spring. Some of the Japanese university try to keep in-person education, but almost all of them are blended or online education. Gradually, the situation become better. This fall semester, 20% of Japanese college and university are now in-person education. And blended, it's a bit, how can I say, difficult to tell the, the ratio between the in-person and the online. But some of the university almost their education in person, but some of the university, on the other hand, almost online. So next, please. The much more detail, but this number is just a school number, not as a student population. Japan in now nearly 800 university, but among them big university and small or medium-sized university. Presumably the almost in-person education conducted by, or 70% in-person education are conducted by the relatively small and medium-sized institutions. The Ministry of Education asked us to provide the in-person education more than before. They hope us above 50% of the education should be in-person. Of course, we tried, and some of Japanese university can do. However, the much bigger university like us, student body is 30,000 or above. It's very difficult to provide the education in person more than 50%. But Tokai University's case is 30% of education now in person. Because try to keep distance among the student in class, we cannot use the classroom same as before. So that's why the number is limited. But COVID-19 crisis, we could do some effort to keep the same quality of education. Other university, probably all over the world, the person who in charge of higher education tried to do the same effort. We provide financial aid for the student to have distance education around $100. However, I don't think it's enough, and do some another effort for the library. The student cannot come to the library physically, so try to increase the number of the digital book. Such effort, almost all Japanese university done at spring semester next please. Immediately, the Japanese universities are in the very difficult situation. So anyhow, of course, the many complaints from the students or parent, not only to the university, but also the government. We couldn't solve those problems yet. However, we are on a process of developing this system or the increasing the quality. Tokai University's case, we call the movement or the activity CLEAR, Christ Leveraged Action for Revitalization. Used to be for some reasons, we couldn't complete some project, like a completely smoking-free campus. The some of the smoker against, or not only faculty, but also the students. And so that's why we keep a certain place to smoke. But from this April 1st, we could complete. And there used to be the online consulting, which is very, how do you say, kind to the student who doesn't want to go out, or the little bit hesitate to face-to-face discussion. But by online consulting service, we could reach them. The big scale classes, like 300 students at the same time, sometimes those who are sitting end of classroom near the door, like me, couldn't listen well or study well, or sleeping, or chatting with others. But by giving the distance education, equally student can join the class. This is an advantage of distance learning, and also some of the university are going to make an alliance, because only university cannot do all. So that's why we are now developing University Alliance. This is a great point. Next, please. Of course, the disadvantage or the difficulties we are facing. However, we may find good alternatives by giving this COVID-19's pandemic crisis. Maybe the same thing, almost the same participants today think the same. Of course, today, not only Russian Far Eastern Federal University, but also all over the world joined this very important meeting under the APEC. But we just mentioned about the kind of good result between the Russian partner. Of course, the Far Eastern Federal University is not so far from Japan. However, it needs to reach there by plane more than 1.5. The Russian case, the Moscow is very far. However, the very intimate or the very close relation we can establish by using internet media, internet education or conference system. Okay, next please. The student mobility is another important factor, not only faculty mobility. We are now making the much more mobility of the student would be a great benefit. Next, please. Anyhow, those sentence is the result or the outline of a new era of higher education. But lastly, I would like to emphasize my definition. The distance education is a kind of frozen food. The frozen food, whenever you want to eat, you can use a micro oven to cook. And the quality of the frozen food is no addictive, and quality is keeping high. The content itself, distance education has a great advantage. The no time difference. Today, unfortunately, the participant from Moscow needs to give us the video message because, now in the midnight in Moscow. We cannot solve the time difference, but distance education or on-demand education can solve it. However, every day, if you eat frozen food, you need the mother's handmade cooking. You wish. So, and university, on the contrary, try to give so-called handmade cooking education. The small size or face-to-face, in person, and a personal consultation. The future of higher education, there is two big factors. One is distance education or the digital transformation. But the other hand, much more personalized, much more human touch. Our university try to do this two-direction, contradictory two-direction in the same way. Thank you very much. Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much for a wonderful speech. Indeed, you've mentioned a number of really vital problems. And of course, it is a task for all of our universities to see how we can, not only in present times, but further on, combine the necessity of face-to-face human learning and distance learning. There were some discussions recently that also argued that online learning and distance learning would be rather for the masses, and elites would like to restore and to remain in their mode of personal education. And thus, this is also an important issue that is, I would probably ask after the session, kind of after all the speeches are over, to offer their views on that, because that's also quite a challenging topic. It is also necessary to see how much of blended exchange programs, blended learning we could introduce. That's indeed good to see that we're managing to have joint programs yet with Tokai University to see how we can, and this should not be limited by our dissertation council participation of our professors. Obviously, there is a way for some new mobility. We've discussed recently, and I think Professor Nisimov was also discussing it in APRO, Asia Pacific Rim Universities, that one of the projects is about offering an exchange for students from over 50 universities in all the Asia Pacific. And yeah, virtual mobility, and seeing how this could work, thus combining both offering knowledge, offering communication between students and professors in different universities, but also offering cultural program, which is a new task. Of course, this would not be a substitute in a long term, and it would not be coming instead of our desire for new emotions, for new knowledge and new places to visit, but this could be a good addition to current problem. And of course, that was very important for us to see how you deal with the combination of how much online courses to offline courses, and how you are solving the problem with the international students, because it's a general problem now, and it's happening not only because of COVID-19 and the border closures that we're witnessing. It's also happening due to rising geopolitical tensions, when we have some countries limiting the flow of international students to their universities. So this is something else we have to discuss and have to consider within Asia Pacific region. Thank you so much once again. I hope you will be also responding to questions. I saw some more appearing in the chat at the end, but now allow me to pass the floor on to Professor Dato Khalid Yusuf, who is the Vice Chancellor and President of UCSI University from Malaysia. Professor Yusuf, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Moderator Dr. Victoria Panova, Your Excellencies, fellow speakers and participants. Good morning and greetings from Kuala Lumpur. I would like to thank the APEC for this invitation to speak at this important event. And I would like to also congratulate Far Eastern Federal University for hosting this event. Perhaps it's important to define what we are talking about. I'm pleased to talk on this cooperative solutions for global education and sustainability. Now, for years, and still is, we in Malaysia are engaged in the internationalization of higher education. Jane Knight's 1985 definition of internationalization of higher education is often quoted, i.e., quote, the process of integrating an international dimension into the research, teaching, and services functions of an institution of higher education, end quote. Internationalization of higher education is a process preparing students to be able to live and work successfully in an internationally connected multicultural world. That is the aspiration. Now, in the initial stages of internationalization of higher education, the focus had been on student and staff mobility across borders. Yet, internationalization of higher education also involves international programs and projects, curricula and pedagogical development, international networking, research collaboration, cooperation of and commitment from government, industry, and local community. It requires the development of facilitative infrastructure, strategies, and policies. Apart from physical mobility of students and staff, internationalization of education also involves internationalization of curriculum, such as international recognition of the local curriculum and programs. It involves incorporating an international dimension, as Knight mentioned, into the curriculum such that students are pretty well aware of the ideas and practices internationally of the subjects and courses that they are pursuing. These, at least in Malaysia, are work in various stages of progress. What is evident, though, is the increasing number of foreign students pursuing their studies in institutions of higher learning in Malaysia and the setting up of foreign branch campuses in the country, and the establishment of joint degree programs, twinning, and franchising initiatives. But we cannot just stop there. But what we are talking today goes beyond internationalization of higher education. Global education includes internationalization of higher education, certainly, but much more. It necessarily also incorporates an inclusive and comprehensive educating of the students, beyond preparing them for the workforce, beyond the graduate employability rates. It necessarily involves educating the student to be aware of his or her future role of a good global citizen, with an understanding of and respect for his own culture and that of others, of good behavior, civility and chivalry, of a readiness to contribute to the community, and respect for the environment and peoples across the world. And also an appreciation of human values and humanity that will provide a wholesome and positive worldview for the students of the future that needs to be incorporated across the board in all courses and programs offered by institutes of higher learning, even those which are very technical, such as engineering and medicine, perhaps more so. Institutes of higher learning could not continue confusing ranking for prestige or excellence in higher education. Institutes of higher learning should free themselves of what Jerry Muller calls the tyranny of metrics. Institutes of higher learning should incorporate the teaching and acquisition of technical knowledge and expertise with a wholesome internalization of values and civil behavior and endeavor for their future graduates. COVID-19, and as has been discussed by the former two speakers, COVID-19 is a global catastrophe at many levels. Higher education is not exempted. Yet there are lessons you can learn from it. COVID has brought out the best in men and also the worst. The best, spontaneously out of a sudden, Samaritans appear out of nowhere. Samaritans appear out of ordinary citizens. People, for instance, organize among themselves for help for the frontliners. They take care of their neighbors. they take care of the less fortunate in the community. People become more civil, more civic conscious, more cooperative, and more collaborative. Through that, we manage to flatten the curve. All in all, it projects vividly the importance of collaboration and good citizenry. That collaboration will be of greater importance post-COVID between nations, between institutions within countries, and between countries. COVID also exposes the risk and outcome of neglect of the environment and the inevitable consequences of human greed. These observations need to be addressed by institutions of higher learning. If not them, who else? And these have to be incorporated into our consciousness as we align ourselves to the new normal post-COVID. So what would this mean for institutions of higher learning? One, given that physical mobility of staff and students will continue to be curtailed in the next few months, maybe even next few years, collaboration between universities should not, however, be neglected or downplayed. Universities should collaborate to incorporate the international dimension into the research, teaching, and services functions as highlighted by Knight, and which, as I mentioned earlier, is work in progress. There's a lot of space for us to work together in this particular situation. Two, start on collaborative projects between universities of defining, embracing, and activating global education, some aspects of which I had learned about and had been touched upon by our two previous speakers. Three, form collaborations, partnerships, and consortia on themes that affect us together. This can be in research and teaching, climate change, smart cities, epidemiologic transition, food security, cyber security. Biodiversity and vaccines are relevant and important for many, and the use of IT in these areas. We at UCSI University, for example, have recently embarked on collaborative research on coastal cities with Universitas Indonesia and a few other universities. We are also championing the United Nations SDGs. Our Kuching campus on the island of Borneo is now recognized by the United Nations University as a regional center of expertise on sustainable education. Starting at the regional level may be a good way forward. These measures I outlined above can be pursued even whilst the various restrictions, especially in movement, are in place during this COVID-19 pandemic. These are avenues that we need to open up in higher education beyond teaching and training technical skills and expertise. We cannot keep on doing the same things over and over again and expect a different result. So Einstein reminded us. I believe these measures are important, sustainable, and sustaining. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Yusuf. It's definitely very important. You stressed in different dimensions the importance of ongoing collaboration and enhanced partnership. And it is true that universities these days, they are offering an example of what should be and of how their international scene should look like, because unfortunately what we see on a state-to-state level, politicians are not performing that well. We see at the times of COVID-19 pandemic the prevalence of national egoisms, of protectionist measures, of blaming game, etc., etc. So a number of things that we as epistemic community are managing to avoid, and this is extremely important. And I think we could serve as an example for our respective governments all over the world and for international setting. And this should be continuing both in terms of collaboration for teaching, collaboration for research, collaboration for exchange of students, etc., etc. Thank you for that. Now allow me to move on to Professor Pham Bo Son, who is Vice President of Vietnam National University. He's moving, he's not in Hanoi now, and that is why there are some problems with his connections, and that is why we came into the mode of the video, not message, video speech, and but he will be able also to respond to questions with the chat and offer his views as a result of the discussion as well. Please share the screen now.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sean Bao Pham. I'm a Vice President of VNU, Vietnam National University, Hanoi. Due to prior working arrangements, I unfortunately cannot attend today's online conference in person. However, on behalf of VNU Board of Presidents, I'm very honored to have the chance to share some of my thoughts on the topic VNU Global Citizen for Global Sustainability in this plenary session on cooperative solutions for education and sustainability. Globalization and digital transformation have opened up doors of opportunities as well as challenges for higher education, especially in Vietnam. The Vietnamese government has launched many initiatives, policies, action plans in response to the global movement of globalization and digitalization. As one of Vietnam's leading multidisciplinary and multi-sectorial national universities, VNU has the responsibility to be a pioneer in the reforming of Vietnam's higher education system. We aim at developing competent individuals that have the ability to adapt with the fast revolving labor markets, take on the world with a globalized mindset, and contribute to the society from a sustainable perspective. In order to achieve such aims, in 2019, we launched a scheme to innovate teaching activities in the period of 2019 to 2025 in order to create a breakthrough in improving the quality in the context of globalization. Furthermore, in order to respond to digital transformation, we are also working on developing a digital university model focused on three main areas: governance, using digital technology in training, integration between online and face-to-face training, and organization of science and technology activities to create smart products. With the support of technology, we are able to facilitate and foster inclusive education and training for all of our students and staff, despite their physical locations. Furthermore, by providing our students with appropriate learning environments, implement the right teaching methods, we hope to instill in our students with some of the value and traits that commonly feature a global citizen, such as a sense for social responsibility, global awareness, and civic engagement. Although the COVID-19 situation is still very complicated, but with the development of ICT infrastructure, we're still more connected than ever. We're still able to increase student and staff mobility through means of technology, enhance teaching and research cooperation despite our distances, and elaborate and implement collaborated projects. On that note, I think we should consider develop a collaborated regional education and training program and a mutual fund to support research and teaching activities for staff and students from universities in our APEC community. I believe that this initiative will further enhance globalized experience for our students and staff, enhance inclusivity in education and training within the APEC community, foster more talents, promote innovative research, and tighten our regional relations. I would like to show my gratitude to Far Eastern Federation University and my colleagues, the FEFU's presidents Nikita Anisimov and Vice President Victoria Panova, for their incredible efforts to make this conference happen despite the COVID-19 situation. I hope to have a chance to see you all soon in the beautiful city of Vladivostok. Lastly, I would like to wish you all a successful conference and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I should say that here we had two partner universities speaking at this session. Tokai University was the first one where we had our office opened, and also we had a cross opening here in Vladivostok. It's very important. And we also had an office opened in Hanoi in the Vietnam National University. And I believe this is another area which we could further promote, because this could be a way to combine this face-to-face and online and digital cooperation, exchange, because when there is a physical presence, we could still have our feet in there, our head in there, and also have a much bigger amount of programs provided for our students and for our staff to retrain in current conditions. So this is extremely important, and this in fact combines with the idea that was suggested now by Professor Son on creating a joint fund which could be used by several universities, and maybe this could be some APEC governments joining fund to offer different projects and exchange programs and joint programs between APEC universities in the times of digital technologies where we should use them more and more. So this is probably a good idea, and if we could turn to our respective ministries for that, that could be one of the solutions. Of course, governments never like to give money, but when this is for a common cause and when this is to contribute further to the development of each respective country and add to its benefit, this could be seen as a possible solution. I think we had some connection problems with our other speakers, and that is why allow me to further give the word to our host, President of the Far Eastern Federal University, Nikita Yuryevich Anisimov. Please give your insight into this matter.
Thank you very much, and I must say that nowadays education has been tasked with providing the skills and competencies needed to operate in the modern world. It must evolve to continue to deliver on its mission of supporting individuals to develop as persons, citizens, and professionals. It must remain relevant to continue developing people's identity and their integration into society. In a complex and quickly changing world, this might require the reorganization of formal and informal learning environment and reimaging education content and delivery. The education sector as a whole will need to respond to increasingly complex, rapid, and often unpredictable developments beyond the sector itself. There are different factors that will shape the role which can be undertaken by higher education. Technology, cost-effective delivery widens access, improves quality, and aids in teacher training and professional development. It can play a central role in developing skills needed in the 21st century and improving access to lifelong learning opportunities. Growth in open educational resources and free online courses by universities and institutions dramatically changes education. Beyond in scope, information and communication technology can also enable new forms of learning. Capacity is needed to harness the potential of technology for a range of learners at all levels and in various contexts. The amount of data, information, and knowledge accessible from an infinity of sources makes critical thinking a key requirement for education and learning, along with ethical and responsive handling. If these needs are not addressed, attempts to integrate technology can lead to breakdown and failure in education systems. Sustainable infrastructure, funding, content, and quality assurance are key challenges in this area. The growing importance of the knowledge economy has profound implications for the role of education as a determinant of economic growth. Therefore, it's more important than ever for economic growth strategies to be underpinned by an education and training system. Economic success also requires education and training systems that impart broad-based problem-solving skills, as well as the social and interpersonal skills and attitudes required for effective teamwork. To achieve all this, there is a need for lifelong learning strategies that ensure that education and training open up to the full range of learning opportunities. The challenges are particularly daunting for youth entering the labor force. Education systems in many countries are not yet relevant to fast-changing labor market opportunities. Sustained efforts are needed to better equip learners with skills that make them trainable and adaptable to new opportunities. Sustainable development emphasizes not merely strong economic, but a holistic approach that rests on a balanced consideration of social, economic, and environmental goals and objectives in both public and private decision-making. Education plays a key role in changing attitudes, developing of the knowledge, skills, understanding, values, and actions required to create a sustainable world, which ensures environmental protection and conservation, promoting social equity and encouraging economic sustainability. The extent to which current and emerging education challenges can be successfully addressed will depend on more effective cooperation between stakeholders at the national, regional, and global levels, and on more effective resource use in the sector. A major objective is to engage countries from all regions in an active and frank dialogue with each other and with representatives of the relevant multilateral organizations, civil society, the research community, and the private sector. Universities should seek to mobilize knowledge, skills, capacities, visibility, and outreach to help strengthen their scope and impact. These partnerships broaden the education cooperation platform, bringing in the new key stakeholders. Diversity of stakeholders and partners will be an important asset as it works to achieve the strategic directions described in national and multilateral development strategies. International cooperation is a key mechanism to support education, especially in developing countries. Over the past 20 years, many new formats have appeared. APEC Conference on Cooperation in Higher Education, our APEC CCHE, as a part of APEC Education Agenda, is held annually, starting in 2012. Being one of the key instruments for promoting Russia's interests in the Asia-Pacific region, it's also an important platform for building a regional dialogue in the social sphere. It's important to note that the proposals and recommendations developed as a result of the conference are regularly reflected in international documents adopted with the APEC framework, such as the APEC Education Strategy, its Action Plan Report on Education and Economic Development, and other. This initiative has become one of the most significant projects of the Russian chairmanship in APEC, and to this day remains an important component of the educational and social humanitarian track of Russia's cooperation with the region's economies. This is a photo from our previous conference, which was in person, not online, and was very interesting. The conference annually attracts a wide range of experts and thus serves as a mechanism for regional integration and education development in the Asia-Pacific region. Through the years, goals of our work have been focused on the following areas: elaborating the concept of human resource development in APEC economies and the role of education in this process, analyzing the role of educational organizations in the implementation of APEC developed principles and approaches, creating ideas on how to implement previously adopted decisions related to development of new competencies for the educational systems of APEC economies, academic mobility, and etc. Discussing new opportunities of educational cooperation, including conducting joint strategic research as well as exchange of information on the educational trends, developments in APEC economies. We tend to continue creating value and capacity of APEC community by steering international debates on critical issues and emerging challenges for education. The conference strives to reach beyond its traditional multilateral partners to build a broad coalition of partnerships for education that will include civil society, academia, private sector, and other entities, as for example, BRICS. Next slide, please. Far Eastern Federal University is one of the key elements in Russia educational activities in APEC. Besides the fact that it's the host and organizers of APEC CCHE, Far Eastern Federal University also acts as an expert center for the development of cooperation between the Russian Federation and the Asia-Pacific countries in the field of education. The university conducted a number of studies analyzing key initiatives in the field of human capital development, as well as social and humanitarian cooperation between the Russian Federation and the APEC economies. Moreover, participation of Far Eastern Federal University experts in meeting of working groups and relevant initiatives has proved its effectiveness and is highly appreciated by APEC partners. University representatives ensure that uninterrupted representations of Russia's interests in APEC regular dialogues and forums made a significant contribution to the development of the action plan of APEC educational strategy, being one of the first to propose a structure, areas of work, and key definitions for the document. We developed conference agenda based on the experience of the university and its partners. During this challenging year, we have learned a lot of practical lessons, and our vision of education, its mechanisms and goals have significantly transformed. Those trends that we outlined earlier, as well as the ongoing global pandemic, introduced new realities for Asia-Pacific community. FEFU had to organize a number of activities supporting professors, administrative staff, and students. Online learning, new job opportunities, and teleworking are just a part of our job. But before thanking for the attention, I must say a few words for the conclusion, as it was prescribed from our moderator. As a conclusion, I would like to say that the gradual change in the requirements for human resources in the labor market caused by the spread of technology in the economy and production makes education a key element on which the long-term development and well-being of countries directly depends. Currently, the cooperation in the sphere of education and science makes not just a positive impact on relations in general, but also it provides countries with opportunities for indicating priorities for future cooperation and point out main tasks for implementing innovative policies in the sphere of education. Progress of information and communication technology, knowledge economy, and sustainable development brings new tools and mechanisms. They extend the spectrum of opportunities for studying, improving skills, acquiring new qualifications and competencies throughout a person's life. As we make investments in education for the future, we invest in educational resources and infrastructure to bridge global gaps and address the coming shortage of qualified workers. The success of the global economy depends on our ability to empower the next generation of global citizens with an opportunity to learn during their whole life. With the modern level of globalization, all countries face similar challenges. It's one of the reasons why we meet here, trying to solve the same problems. In this regard, the most efficient way to deal with the new challenges is people-to-people connectivity. We can share best practices of innovations in education so we can promote them domestically. And hopefully, APEC conference is a meaningful solution reducing existing barriers. And now, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Indeed, a number of very important points. First of all, you've been mentioning several times in different contexts the provision of lifelong learning. And this is of utmost importance, specifically because we know that the pace of change in labor area is just unprecedented. Within next 5 to 10 years, we will have at least 35% of jobs that are no longer up to date. They will be old and they would be outdated. And that is why the universities and APEC universities are here to provide for this constant renewal, for the constant modernization and ability to offer new knowledge, to offer those soft and hard skills to students that would be needed for them to, in this rapidly changing environment, but also to serve as a beacon for its professors, but also to people from other parts of society of different ages who would be able to turn to our universities, and especially in their cooperative mode, in order to provide for this ability for those people to stay economically active and needed by their societies. Another very important aspect is that we live in a multi-stakeholder environment. It's no longer the states that are predetermining what's going to happen. Of course, they're the main actors, but we have academia, we have civil society, we have business, and universities are an important part of this community to introduce change and to discuss of what are the best ways for this change to occur in the times of their rapidly changing environment. And this is not just about COVID-19, this is not just about new digital technologies, this is just about their changing world that we all have to adapt to. So thank you so much for all those insights. And I know there are offline and online questions. I will ask, I will pronounce now the ones that are online, and I know that Professor Zhimov is also having one. So maybe you start and then I will read out the rest. And we'll collect several and then we'll have speakers answer them.
Thank you very much. I have a question for the Secretary Leonor Briones. The question is about subject of her report. What should be the APEC priorities for strengthening cooperation in education, training, academic mobility and university partnerships to meet the needs of the digitalization and of the fourth industrial revolution?
Thank you for that very important question. This question can be resolved not just by the ministries of education or those involved in higher education. This will have to involve foreign policy as well, because there are countries which limit the entry of individuals from different places subject to quarantine. Airlines have their own requirements as well. In the case of the Philippines, we always make special consideration for academics, for teachers, and even for families of foreign teachers who teach in the Philippines, to whom we grant visas with as little delay as possible. What I am just trying to emphasize is that this is an issue which can be resolved not just by the Ministries of Education, but by foreign policy as well, on the matter of quarantine, on the matter of entry of people to various countries which still practice quarantine requirements, on airline policies, especially those who travel, who can reach a country by going through other countries with different requirements. In our own experience, we have facilitated the entry of academics and, as I said, even their families by working very closely with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the matter of issuances of visas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now pronounce their questions from the chat, and then we have two more comments from here, from the auditorium. So, from Taiwan, to what extent the value of hidden curriculum and learning experience in campus life is being scientifically assessed and brought into consideration in orchestrating the new normalcy for future higher education? This is for all the speakers, so whoever wants to respond. Then, does the streamlined administration and change of modality in class delivery involve immediate and likely layoff of faculty or staff in consideration? In fact, it would be interesting to hear both the minister and also rectors answering, because chancellor answering, because this is something that is worrying a lot of people, because they're worried that new technologies, not just pandemics, they are being dangerous thing for professors, for people working, and it's not just in the area of education, but it's interesting to see how you regard that, although rather I believe we could see it not just as substitution, but rather addition to the possibility of teaching. And also, in light of seemingly another rising wave of pandemic in many parts of the world, how can we best encourage and facilitate international practices exchange aside from virtual connection? Because we've talked, some of the speakers talked about virtual exchange, virtual mobility, but how else can we attend to this issue? So whoever from the speakers would like to start? Mr. Yamada, would you like to be the responding one? You could take up all three questions or just one or two.
The second question?
There are questions whether there was a scientific consideration of the new normalcy for future higher education, of how the hidden curriculum, the learning experience. Another one on their change in modality in class delivery, whether it involves immediate and likely layoff of faculty. And also in light of rising wave of pandemic, how you could see their facilitation of international practices aside from virtual connections that we've discussed.
Yeah, so and staff who are not familiar with distance education, we have the problem. Those who cannot use the computer or they just came to the class and using a blackboard and write on the board, but the problem is since they don't use the technology, and used to be not necessary for them to do, but now they have to do. But we cannot replace those professors. So, and we are going to drive them. I just mentioned that, in-person education, we shift them to do this job. And the lecture itself will be conducted by the person who knows who can use the distance education tool. In Japan, it's very difficult to replace or terminate their contract. We have to utilize those personnel for another purpose. Yeah, as I said, frozen food don't need the personnel, but in-person, handmade cooking needs many persons.
If I may...
do I answer the question?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Your Excellency?
If I may join the conversation on the matter of curriculum, very significant changes have to be done on not so much on not necessarily on content alone, but as to how the subjects are presented. For example, in basic education, because after all, tertiary education starts with a firm grounding in basic education, we have reduced the number of competencies which are required to the most essential competencies which are necessary for a child to move on to tertiary education. Also, the modalities of teaching, the content of the curriculum has to change. A professor who is used to lecturing face-to-face would have challenges in lecturing to perhaps a blank TV screen. And so in the case of the Philippines, we are training our teachers as teacher broadcasters, as teacher, the way it is taught via television or by radio or by other means, because the usual practice of exclusive lectures may not necessarily hold the students' interest. So curriculum has to be reworked, and we have done this very, very carefully in the various universities as well as in basic education. And this requires, as pointed out by a professor, that our teachers have to undergo massive expansion of their learning and of their skills. We spent about 4 months building up the capacities of our teachers, both at the tertiary and at the basic level, so that they would be prepared for the blended type. Philippines is unique in that the president himself has stated that he will not allow face-to-face learning. So we are now exclusively on blended learning, but we don't include face-to-face learning, and takes all the skill, all the communications, gifts of our teachers, their lecturing abilities, etc., to be able to perform blended learning without face-to-face components. So this is a great challenge for us. As to the matter of exchanges, I already commented on that. We have to work very closely with our ministries of foreign affairs, which, for example, review visas after a certain period of time and so on. But Again, in the case of the Philippines, we always give special consideration for academics, for teachers, and even their families who come to our country to help us out in the learning activities. And that is very important. Airlines, I mentioned already, have different policies for travel. So you have visas, travel arrangements, as well as quarantine requirements in the countries themselves or in the cities. Local governments also have their own quarantine requirements in certain countries. So all of these have to be clarified. But we have noticed that where education is concerned, special consideration is always given and recognized.
Thank you so much, Ms. Briones. I think there are at least two questions from here. If I could ask Professor Gavrilov and then Professor Pustavoit, and then we're running out of time, so I'm not sure we'll be able to ask all the online questions, but they will move to the second session probably. Professor Gavrilov?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants for their very interesting presentations on trends and issues on higher education in the Asia-Pacific and modern coronavirus and post-coronavirus area. But speaking about my question, I would like to ask to Professor Dato Khalid Yusuf from Malaysia. Dear Professor, how do you think what the possibilities for the boosting of the APEC cooperation in the education building on the existing initiatives and challenges we have? And can you share your thoughts and insights about this? Thank you so much.
Sorry, I can't quite hear you. Can you please repeat the question?
Okay. Professor Yusuf, what are the possibilities for the boosting of the APEC cooperation in education building on the existing initiatives and challenges? And can you share in this respect your thoughts and insights about this?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Listening to the speakers this morning, I think there is a big role for APEC to play in boosting education in the region. We have to identify the priorities which we should go into. And I was talking about global education in my presentation just now. I think it is a neglected area. Even in this morning, many speakers have touched upon it, but we have not actually put that into practice. So I think it would be a good idea for a number of universities to work together to enhance the humanistic aspect of university education vis-a-vis the technical aspect of university education. I think there's a big contribution that we can make in this particular area. And COVID teaches us the importance of collaboration. The second point that I would like to make is, from the previous question, is about technology, hybrid education, and so on and so forth. What we find is that both students and teachers are well adapted to the technologies, to IT, for example. Yeah, you need to have a slight push. When we converted face-to-face teaching to online teaching, which came rather suddenly, in a way, people adapt very well. In fact, we were told that learning is much more deeper, much more engaging, particularly among the Asians. Asians are very shy people. In classroom, they seldom ask questions, but online, oh my God, they can ask numerous questions. Now, that is very important. But one area which is limiting that is actually has been touched upon this morning, the digital divide. That the government has to come in to provide adequate facilities for the outlying areas so that those people can also come into this new almost revolution in higher education, in hybrid education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I will have to ask you to move your question to the second session, if this is possible, because we are running out of time for this one, and I would like to ask you all to press start video and turn on your cameras so that we can have a joint family picture for our conference. We're still waiting for, okay. We still have some, okay. So whoever is responsible for that, please do the, wonderful, okay. We have one university that doesn't want to show up. Could you please show your face? Okay. Okay, please take the picture. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. It was really a brilliant discussion. As usual, we didn't have enough time to discuss all the questions and to look into all the issues that were brought up by the speakers. Truly lots of food for thought for us and to discuss further at the next session and further on, and I think new ideas for us to explore on a bilateral and multilateral level. Thank you so much once again. I'm not saying goodbye. We will see you all in 15 minutes after a break, so we could all enjoy some coffee, tea, or whatever you prefer to have to be re-energized for the next session. Thank you once again. See you soon.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, well, we invite you to have a break, a coffee break, which is going to be organized downstairs next to the Colony Hall. So please follow us to the coffee break.
Это вы не хотели на кофе-брейк пригласить тех, кто по-английски не говорит, я правильно понимаю?
Dear colleagues, we have some final arrangements, and in 5 minutes we will start our second session. Sorry for any inconvenience, just some time. We need a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you for your waiting. And now let us proceed with the second session of the 9th APEC Conference on Higher Education. Through the session, the representatives of APEC economies will consider foreseeable improvements in integrating human resources into the global digital economy, with a highlight on applying recent technological advancements and sustaining policy exchange. Just a few words about Far Eastern Federal University and our initiative on APEC CCHE. We began our work and activities of multilateral institutions in early 2000s. And since then, APEC agenda has occupied a significant position in our university's international activities. Within the years of our experience, we have risen a number of crucial issues related to education in the digital age, to the pandemic, to the knowledge economy, national education, system modernizations, academic mobility, human resources development, quality assurance, and diplomacy recognition, which gave APEC a new important discussion mechanism and united dozens of professionals. And let me give the floor to our first speaker, Professor Zhen Yi, who is Pro-Vice Chancellor of University of Southern Queensland. It is one of our oldest friends, and we have a really good relationship with this university, and I think experience of our mutual joint programs between University of Southern Queensland and School of Economics and Management of Far Eastern Federal University can give us some insights and brilliant thoughts. So, Professor Zhen Yi, the floor is yours, please.
Super, Eugene. Can you hear me properly, everyone?
Yes, we hear you very well.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owner of the land of University of Southern Queensland located in Australia, and pay my respect to the First Nation people and the leaders past, present, and the future. It's very important in Australia we acknowledge our traditional owner and First Nation people, and also acknowledge the knowledge they bring to the university we're located as well. And thank you for the opportunity. As Eugene mentioned, USQ is a long-term partner for FAIFO for a long period of time. USQ is public university, one of the 40 public university in Australia. We have about 30,000 students, and international student is only taking 10 to 15% of our total population for the total student numbers. It's a research-intensive university, and according to Australian government assessment from the Australian Research Council, 30 area at USQ is above world standard and 18 leading in the world. So that's from the last round of the Excellent Research for Australia assessment by the Australian federal government. What I really talk about, there's a couple of things. The first part, I want to talk about the COVID-19 impact on Australia higher education sector is significant. And the second part, I'm going to talk about digitalization and also online program at USQ. I have a presentation. I'm not sure it's going to show. Should I, Eugene, should I share the presentation from here, or should I just talk? I'm more than happy to talk.
Just a moment, Jean.
Okay. When they put this up, I want to mention a little bit about the COVID-19. According to Austrade, the Department of Trade, and international education is the third or fourth largest industry in Australia. By 2025, the total value for international education is worth about $33 billion. So that's a very important part of our economy. Why people think, Australia is so commercialized international education is because the income is subsidized the research part of Australia. So 80% of the research have been done
Jan, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Regarding your presentation, could you kindly please share your screen?
Sure, I'm more than happy to share.
Yeah, just click, tap the button, demonstrate the screen.
Yep.
Yeah, here it is.
I can, yep, okay. I think I'll just keep going. So it's very important to understand 80% of the research and innovation is done by the Australian university. It's very different with other countries. Large majority of the funding, so Australia invests about $2 billion, 2% of the GDP, $10 billion every year into the innovation system. But it's not enough for the university to conduct research. So most of the university will generating international education funding to subsidize our research program. So what's happened, the impact on the COVID-19 is Australia has been doing really well in terms of safety for the country, and the state I'm in Queensland, and hardly have any cases. It's a very small number and it's very small death. We have very good public health system, and the government take very seriously. However, the effect of shutting down the national boundary and national border has really caused a huge loss. There's more than 20,000 staff collectively in the higher education lost their job. So most of the universities have to retrench staff. And the safety and well-being of the staff of student is always become the first priority. The financial hardship for the international student is become a big problem, because most of the international student, as you know, Australia is a very high cost country. Most of the international students have a part-time job because of the COVID-19, and then they lost their jobs, and they can't transfer the funding from the home country to Australia. So most of the university, like my university, spent 5 million Australian dollars this year for international student financial hardship to compensate students' food, accommodation, and give students, because most of our student is online, and we also provide funding for laptops and iPads, and also for the internet, all of those hardship for the international student. Teaching learning, most of the university have to move to online mode, and some state is doing combined mode. Anything less than 20 students, you can do it on campus and face-to-face, but have to be social distancing. And then anything more than 20 people have to be online. So there's a lot of students stranded in Australia, and also we have to organize those students to go home for exchange student, and the loss of student fee is mainly contribute to the loss of staff, 20,000 staff in the sector, and as well as the loss of research funding each university. So last week, Australian federal government just made an announcement to pay one-off $1 billion to all universities collectively to compensate the research activity. For USQ, we have been doing online program for the last 2 decades. We are the pioneer in Australia for our online program, and 70% out of 30,000 students at USQ are online. So we've been doing that, so it's very easy for us. Every single program we have at USQ is both on campus and online program. So we have an excellent virtual learning environment. And for example, there's a 3-part. One is about technology, and the second part is the staff training academies. And our study desk is 24/7 to access by both student and staff, and open desk, and it's available for student. All the online program is interactive and upskill platform, and also we have a dedicated staff academy to train staff as well. So that's the one of the example I try to show our platform for the online courses. Usually it's live and it's interactive and is linked with the social media. Student and staff can interact together. All of our academic staff, from the outstanding research professors and to junior academic staff, they've all been trained and they used to teach online. This is a big challenge in a lot of universities in Australia. For a short period of time, they have to put all the programs. First, they don't have the outstanding technology and platform to support their program. Second, the most importantly, most of the academic staff, and from professor to junior staff, are not used to teach the courses online, and there's no interactive experience. So there's a lot of complaint for international and domestic students for the experience, the learning experience in Australia higher education, but this is not for the USQ experience. Learning support, we have the award-winning academy. They do a lot of research on the teaching and learning, on the online teaching and learning, expert in both fields. In content they teach and how it is taught. So that's very important about teaching face-to-face program and teaching program online. So that's not only you have outstanding content, but also how you deliver and interact with the student. Keeping and also with the industry practice and what industry needs and the network to pass on our student. And probably people don't know, USQ graduates have the highest paid in Australia. So among 40 universities for the last 10 years, we are number 1 or number 2, depends on the year. And USQ graduates have the highest paid salary package for both undergraduate and postgraduate level in Australia. That's according to Australian government data. So we also have a very voted Australian Best Tertiary Library, and also during the pandemic, we also have the upskill program, mini courses. And this is also not only for domestic students, but for international as well, for a short period of time for retraining for people losing jobs. Australian economy is retracted for about 7%. There's a large number of people lost their job. So we have a responsibility to help the government and help retrain the people in the upskill program as well. So international partnership. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, we have some comments from the chat, and our participants ask you to switch on the slideshow mode because not everyone can see your presentation. Could you please just switch it to the slideshow, please?
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, much better. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. This is my last slide. I'm happy to share this with everybody, so please don't panic. You know, I'm happy to share this with everybody as well. So we do a lot of, during the pandemic, we did a lot of international partnership channel through the virtual. For example, we do the joint research and joint PhD program with Cochitel and joint PhD. And say, for example, we had a meeting with Feifu, with our partners like Jilin University in China, and other universities like Gießen and Göttingen University in Germany. And we also win the joint program with DAAD funding with Gießen. Student exchange, we're open for student online exchange experience, and we encourage our students to take in courses from other our partner universities online, and also we're accepting our colleagues and students and to do our program online virtual student staff exchange program as well. We did a lot of residential school, and also through the micro-credentialing and upskill, the global executive training program. So we really, from the short program to the research part and international, and we see the pandemic have an impact, but we also see this is an opportunity. We have a strong leadership on virtual and online platform and experience. So all of those things, and we've been sharing with our partners from Europe to Asia to Latin America, and North America and Southeast Asia and different part. So, and also recently we won the Pacific, the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Program between Australian government and Vietnamese government. We have a 3 master program and we'll deliver through our partner Ho Chi Minh Open University in Vietnam. And that's between the Australian federal government and Vietnamese government through the TPP program. So what we are trying to say here, there's a lot of geopolitical issues during the pandemic as well, as you're probably aware, and during the trade dispute between United States and China, and Australia is taking the side of United States, and we have a very challenging relationship with China at the moment. So that also impact on Australian universities working with Chinese university. But what I'm trying to say here is geopolitical and pandemic. From the past 30 years, the experience in the higher education internationalization, we understand the geopolitical issues and the pandemic issues will come and go. This is not first time the higher education sector facing this kind of challenging issues. We had about Asian financial crisis, we had about American financial crisis, we had all sorts of geopolitical issues, and we have the sanction with Russian Federation and Iran. But the university is going to stay. The government will come and go. The university is going to stay. So I really want to remind all of us, only we can work together and then we can do better. So that's something I want to share with everyone. So it is a very challenging time for the pandemic and also geopolitical issues, but we are working in the higher education sector. This sector is very nimble and strong. So only we work together, we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhen. It was very courageous words that only together we can improve our goals and we can shape our educational environment, and of course facing this pandemic, we can this pandemic situation, as you said, recently we also have faced Asian and American and other financial crises. So of course all our economies have the experience already, and what we can do is take all our insights and initiatives and projects together and as a one educational environment go through it. Thank you very much one more time. We know that a big part of Australia's income, it is international students, providing education for international students, and of course case of your economy is very interesting for us, how you shaped your virtual learning environment, and that you have spent around 5 million Australian dollars for supporting international students. It's really important mention, because every university and every institution who provide education for international students have faced such problems, and sharing our experience can help us make it better. And now I want to present the next speaker. It is Assistant Vice Chancellor of University of Brunei Darussalam, Mr. Joyce Teo. Dr. Joyce, please take your floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Eugene. I hope everyone can hear me. Warm greetings from University Brunei Darussalam. I'm Joyce Teo, the Vice President and Assistant Vice Chancellor of University Brunei Darussalam. First of all, greetings to Faithful for hosting the 9th CCHE, and my warm greetings to all friends and colleagues of the APEC CCHE meeting. Thank you as well to Professor Nikita Anisimov for the invitation to speak at this important meeting today. I would like to pull up a slide of the presentation. Today, I'm very delighted to accept to speak on the topic on the digital solutions for the future workforce. And the title I would like to speak today is on the empowering the workforce of future through the digital adoption. And let me pull this slide a little bit so that I can see. I would like to actually address three essential questions over here on this topic. And first is the future workforce ready for the new digital transformation? Second, how can we make sure future workforce they perform more efficient process while enjoying better quality of life? And the third, are we creating an environment where future workforce and the digital technologies as well as the other resources can work in a very good synergy? So that would be something that we would like to discuss in my presentation of this. We talk about digital education quite a lot. And today I would like to bring in a terminology which some of us may be very familiar, which is on the digital adoption. So we talk greatly on the digital education, which is innovative use of the digital tools. And sometimes people will refer this as technology enhanced learning or e-learning. Digital adoption, on the other hand, quite similar, but as you can see in the slides over here, which is where they will embed more of the innovative technologies and use it to drive the innovation and optimize the process to drive the processes into more productive and more effective as well. So today I would like to talk about how we can prepare the future workforce through the digital adoption. So collaboration between future workforce and automation processes. The future workforce demand technologies such as hyper-automation and digital adoption solution to keep pace with the competition. Hyper-automation, or sometimes people call it the intelligent automation, they aim to automate knowledge work through the inclusions of the AI, the machine learning capability, as well as the other cognitive technologies. Hyper-automation is not just about the leverage the technology in the strategic new ways, but it is very important that how we can empower the future workforce through this digital automation, through this digital adoption. How can we empower the future workforce into getting new role at work? I'm sure everyone here will be very familiar with when 1982, the E.T. movies come out. It's a movie that talk about the emotional bonding between the E.T. and the people. Here, we are talking about in the new era of the digital adoption. We are not far from that. So the digital application here, we will be talking about the RPA that some of us are very familiar, which is the robotic process automation and the artificial intelligence. This is where we talk about how the future workforce will be able to embed the digital adoption technologies so that they can be kept to be more effective and more productive in the process of the decision making. Usually when we are talking about future workforce, digital transformation, a lot of the questions were usually asked about whether will they eventually remove or substitute the human. Of course, all of us know no tool alone will be able to replace the human. In fact, it's the other way around. It is us. I believe that these pictures speak more than 1,000 words. In fact, it is us that create that digital technology. It is us, the human, that create this digital transformation, digital adoption. So in fact, digital adoption will empower the future workforce. So in the new norm, where we will observe more work from home or remote arrangement among the future workforce, which may lead to logistical disconnect, especially with conflicting schedules and time zone, it can be challenging to keep everyone on the same page. but digital adoption, it will be able to remove that extra layer of the complexity and provide an excellent tool to boost productivity and to provide better quality of life for our future workforce overall. I like that particular, in fact, I include in this slide. That is, I believe it's a symbol of the digital learning future workforce. So I thought it's very meaningful to include it here. Very often people are saying that at the digital transformation, are we moving into occupation to train everyone as data scientists? Of course, not everyone would need to be a data scientist or computer engineer or a user experience expert. In fact, what we are doing now at the new norm, as the previous speaker, Professor Ren Yi, has also shared, the new norm is to convert the teaching and learning into remote classes, or some even the blended or hybrid learning. We are moving towards, in fact, now at this new norm, the digital adoption learning pathway. So I would like to take a few moments to share our University Brunei Darussalam, or UBD for short, experience. In UBD, we have been doing the online learning for many years. It has been in place for many years. And when the country experienced the first COVID case, UBD converted all our modules into online almost overnight without issues. We have the online student services, online assessment, because the online learning experience has already been in place for many years. In fact, many of our exchange program, we converted into virtual mobility programs such as virtual semester exchanges, virtual internship, virtual incubation, and virtual summer school, which my colleague is watching the YouTube at the moment as well. The virtual summer school in UBD, we call it the Global Discovery Program. It's one of the programs that we have run for 3 times now since July this year. And since 2nd June, UBD has been practicing the blended or the hybrid learning, where there is a mix of the online lectures and in-person tutorial system, where we want to make sure that the labs are open for the students, where there are online lectures, but even though they see the professors, the academic colleagues in person, we want to maintain the social and physical distancing in this new norm environment. At UBD, we would like to reiterate that we acknowledge the importance of producing graduates that can be aligned to the 4th industrial revolution. And we are very serious in this initiative that we actually have invited all the academic staff to make sure that they sit for the SUP system. What is SUP in our university is a skills upskilling workshop to ensure that the pedagogy use is of the global trend. Now, the game changer, the digital revolution is causing a lot of the significant changes in the world of work. Digital adoption requires the future workforce to work dynamically, knowing how to prioritize and easily adapt to change. I actually have been asked a couple of times in my previous talk on similar topic on what kind of the occupation that globally we should be preparing for the digital transformation for the age of the industrial revolution. I'm a labor economist by practice as well. So I told them it's not easy to actually predict on the occupation, because in the digital age, what will be the job in 2025 may not existing now, but what is in existence now may not be the job in 2030, for example. But what are very important for us to prepare our students and the future workforce will be. I sum up quite a few things here, which is not new, but I believe that these are the skills very important for digital adoption. For example, the general digital skills, the data analytical and user experience skills, the soft skills such as good listening, the time management, the social emotional skills. Stay with the global trend, the lifelong learning, or you will get left behind. Ability to work in a fast-paced environment, accountability and independent skill, creativity, collaboration. Last but not the least for this presentation, the complex communication, especially the skilled in this new norm where you use a lot of Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and several others e-platform, it's very important, the ability to speak, to influence others. I believe these are very important skills for the future workforce in the digital adoption stage. This is my second last slide. I would like to end the presentation with a phrase that is by the John Cleese, an actor, and also books of the several creativity title. And he said, if you want creative workers, give them enough time to play. I believe so as well. I'm a strong believer in this. And don't worry about the presentation slides. I will be sharing with the organizer, with Dr. Eugene, after the presentation. I would like to end the presentation this morning with my email address. Thank you for the attention. I welcome any questions. And I share with you some slides because I believe 10 minutes is not easy for me to capture everything is happening in the country and in the university. So I share a few things, perhaps after the COVID and when the travel advisory allow. I would like to welcome all the professors, colleagues, and your students to visit our university, and we can have more collaboration, and we can talk about some of the niche area like the Brunei biodiversity. Last, I would like to echo the earlier speakers and would like to thank Professor Nikita, Professor Victoria, and our moderator, Professor Eugene. It is such a great opportunity, and also for you to provide to come up with such a great effort to make this hybrid conference happening. Thank you very much. I would like to hand the floor over to Dr. Eugene. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce Tao. Thank you very much for your really brilliant presentation. And after this meeting will end, we will share all your materials with all participants so everyone could take some thoughts and experience from your presentation. And we have some questions for you, but I will keep it to the end of the meeting, to the session of questions and answers, if you don't mind. Yes.
I don't mind.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we are moving to China, to our next economy. And let me give the floor to Liu Yunzhao, Deputy Director, China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center. It is a governmental organization, and I think the experience will help us a lot to improve our experience and maybe to initiate some new projects in terms of the agenda of our meeting. So, Dr. Liu, the floor is yours.
谢谢，大家好，非常高兴与大家在第9届亚太经合组织高等教育合作会议上见面。我是中国高等教育学生信息咨询与就业指导中心信息处副处长刘云钊。感谢俄罗斯远东联邦大学为我们提供本次网络会议。让我们在这个艰难的时期，依然能够与各位专家进行交流。
Hello everyone, I'm very glad to meet you at the 9th APEC Conference on Cooperation in Higher Education. I'm Liu Yunzhao, Deputy Director of the Information Division, CCHE’20. Thank Far Eastern Federal University to organize this online meeting so that we are able to communicate with all the experts in such a difficult time.
今天我们主要为大家介绍中国学生信息数字化管理这20年的发展历程，供大家参考。主要内容包括我们信息化系统建立的初衷、系统不断发展完善的过程，比如这个规范的招生、过程化的管理、系统融合以及数据共享。那么还有呢，我们分享未来的我们的发展方向、发展思路。
Today, we'd like to share with you the 20 years development history of Chinese student information digital management, providing you with our experience. The main contents include the original intention of the system establishment, the improvement of the system, such as standardizing student admission, process management, system fusion and data sharing, as well as the last part, future development.
接下来，为了节约时间，请我的同事史立芳女士带我用英文为大家介绍具体的内容。希望我们本次演讲能为大家带来有价值的信息。谢谢。
To save your time, my colleague Ms. Shi Lifang will present for you in English on my behalf. We hope our presentation will bring you valuable information. First one is cracking down forged diplomas. In order to crack down diploma forgery, MOE began to implement e-registration of higher education qualification certificates, hereafter called HEQC, in 2001. In 2002, MOE authorized the CHESIC to provide verification service of HEQC. In 2004, MOE designated the CHSI website as the website for HEQC checking. So far, we have built up a mutual system of online query and verification. Our services include verification for HEQC, student records, college transcript, Gaokao scores, Huikao results, and high school diploma. With the growth of Chinese students studying abroad and the qualification recognition across borders, we strengthened the collaboration and built up constant communication with organizations and institutions around the world. Besides, we have set up 36 verification agencies at home and abroad, 33 in China, 1 in Japan, 1 in South Korea, and 1 in Australia. About standardizing student admission, in 2007, MOE implemented e-registration of freshman student record. Later, e-registration of adult and online education was implemented. In 2008, to further regulate college admission, MOE implemented the yearly registration of in-school student record, which required the universities to make the change of student status within the first month of each semester. Therefore, the system management covers the whole process from enrollment to graduation. Now, CHESIC has already developed a student information database integrating college enrollment, student record, qualification certificates, employment, and student financial aid information. Based on the huge database and the integrated systems, CHESIC carries out a series of college student information and consultation service. Next, I will introduce the online platforms CHESIC operates. For college enrollment, we have Sunshine Gaokao and graduates admission to platforms. Sunshine Gaokao platform publishes admission policies and regulations, accredited institution list, and so on. Its function includes institutional information posting, institution and major searching, college satisfaction survey, program recommendation, etc. Graduates admission platform serves as the designated platform for online and supplementary application, institution advertising, and consultation of graduate education. Student record and qualification management platform was opened in 2006, which achieved the student record and HEQC registration. It covers all institutions ranging from undergraduate and graduate education to adult, online, and self-taught education nationwide. In 2014, a complete system of e-registration of student record and HEQC was officially set up. By June of 2020, the data in our database reached 1.65 billion and is still growing. Among the data, e-registration information of HQC reached 206 million. For employment and entrepreneurship service, we have National Career Service site for students, National College Students Entrepreneurship Service website, and the National Graduates Employment Management System. These platforms provide job posting, online job fair, information of national innovation and entrepreneurship competition and career training, as well as statistics analysis for government decision making. Owing to the COVID-19, a large number of face-to-face work can't be carried out. CCHE developed new systems to support online recruitment, online interview for employment and graduate admission, online application and check for verification. These systems help to keep the social distance, reduce infection risk, ensure the equity and the quality of admission, and improve efficiency. About data sharing, to promote e-government systems interconnection and public data sharing, MOE published 9 service APIs, such as higher education student record, degree, basic education and secondary vocational in-school status, overseas student qualification verification, and teachers qualification query, etc. Among which CCHE provided 3 interfaces: higher education student record query, higher education qualification certificate query, and verification. These APIs benefit for talent introduction, precise poverty elevation, disabled student support, employment and entrepreneurship, professional qualification exams and qualification verification, etc. In future, we will strengthen information security, protect citizens' privacy, and improve management systems. Besides, we will keep systems and mechanisms innovative and improve related standards. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your speech. China is one of the most active economies, and in terms of education also. And as you know, China and Russia have very tight connections, especially in the field of cross-border educational projects. And I hope that with your ideas and with your help, we can improve our cooperation, especially in frameworks of APEC cooperation. And now we'll move to our, just one more mention. I got some questions to you, Mr. Liu. Please answer them after the session. I will say all the questions that we got into the chat in the session of questions and answers. And now we can go to our next speaker, who is Nadia Rodriguez, Systems Engineering Career Director from Universidad de Lima. She represented in Peru, and despite the fact that certain circumstances made us change the format, of course, I'm looking forward to your presentation and your thoughts. Please, Nadia, you are welcome.
Thank you, Moderator Eugene. Let me share the presentation, and please, if you can confirm you can see it.
Yes, we see your presentation and hear you very well.
Well, good morning. Greetings from Peru. It's nighttime here. I feel very honored to be able to share proposals that are aligned to the APEC strategy for education, specifically regarding the new era of digital education, which is a topic that brings us together today. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the entire world has been facing many challenges, in various aspects besides health and economy, particularly within the field of education. If there is something that has resulted as positive from these horrendous times, it is the fact that digitalization has accelerated in a greater scale than in normal times. There has been a great advance in terms of training in digital platforms for education, mainly in the regions where technological infrastructure is available. For that reason, it is a necessity to continue leveraging the accomplishments gained and continue preparing for an uncertain future. I would like to address my talk this morning with 4 concrete proposals on how to increase employability with the use of information and communication technologies, ICT, and the digital. My first proposal is it is essential to continue closing the digital divide with our teachers. From one moment to the next, educators and students had to shift to full virtual classes. That's how it happened in Peru, and it remains the same. At all levels of education, we are working 100% virtual. Many of our teachers lacked readiness to work virtually and took longer to learn to work with those platforms. It is important to highlight that the teachers in general belong to a wide range of ages, from late 20s to 70s. In our experience, it has been more challenging for older teachers to adapt to the digital tools, but many have succeeded eventually in learning them. It seems that over the months in this odd year, teachers have been polishing up their skills to work with virtuality. However, as the future remains uncertain and with the possibility of maintaining virtual classes, whether it's full basis or blended, bigger steps are needed to continue training teachers. The main goal that we have as educators should be for our students to learn, regardless of the means we use, whether virtual or face-to-face. In a virtual environment, sometimes the lack of face-to-face interaction could hinder the learning process. Therefore, teachers must be trained to improve the use of digital tools and, more importantly, to improve their teaching methodologies within virtual environments. Open access training resources for all teachers should become available for this purpose. The second proposal, since the pandemic, official reports state that employability has declined globally, that some traditional occupational roles are disappearing, and that other occupational roles will eventually disappear due to automation and implementation of artificial intelligence. Conversely, some reports argue that employability will in fact increase because of the digital innovations, with new occupational roles that will emerge based primarily on solid digital skills. Therefore, it is critical that we prepare to acquire these new skills. The proposal is that just as subjects such as language or mathematics are basic courses of general studies programs in higher education, in the same way, an introductory course to programming should be included as a basic course for all students. It should no longer be strange that humanities-based professionals, for example, have basic programming skills. Why programming? Because programming develops problem-solving and logic skills, which are 21st century competencies. Learning to program at a basic level will better prepare students when they enter the labor market, and it will broaden their job opportunities. Third proposal. As we continue to promote the study of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, shortened by STEM, it is important that teachers improve the way core courses related to these disciplines are taught to encourage students into these fields. Many times these courses are taught as silos and are not connected to courses that belong to other knowledge areas such as humanities or arts. Students will not understand how to apply what they learn if we don't teach them the concepts of a course like math interwoven with history, for example? How about we teach physics and music together? Wasn't music what inspired the first experiments in physics? How about we teach math with history together? For instance, it would be very motivating to teach students how to apply mathematical formulas to calculate the area or volume of the Huayna Picchu mountain in Cusco, Peru. Among other things, teaching STEM-related courses in an interdisciplinary way will be key to spark more interest in our youth for STEM-related careers. Again, open access training for the community of educators would help achieve this goal. Fourth proposal, teaching in virtual environments presents a challenge. In synchronous virtual sessions, sometimes it is difficult to know if the students are paying attention or distracted, because many times they either do not activate their cameras or they don't have one. Hence, it is challenging for teachers to keep the attention and engagement of the students. It is fundamental to ensure that students learn and learn motivated. Students need to feel emotions while learning. If there is no emotion, there is no learning. It is a fact that has been studied by neuroscientists. You may think that there are many software applications that allow interaction and gamification with the students already. However, sometimes these applications have limited functionalities. The proposal is to develop open access digital platforms that allow teachers to reward the participation of students in classes regardless of the subjects they teach. A rewarding system with a gaming nature is an innovative methodology that facilitates the assimilation of knowledge in a more fun and exciting way, generating a positive learning experience for the students, developing a greater commitment, and encouraging them to learn. The proposal is for a digital platform that allows a student to monitor their participation activity in class, allows teachers to manage students' rewards, and also offers the ability to integrate the students' results with a grading system from the school or college. Also, this digital platform would have to be designed and adapted to the needs of teachers and students in their respective contexts. Dear representatives of the APEC economies, I hope you find these proposals interesting and viable. With the uncertainty of the future and technology advancing rapidly, we all must take advantage of what has already been accomplished in terms of reskilling and upskilling our teachers and students. I believe that with the full support from the APEC members, these proposals can be achieved gradually. And I would like to share with you some words from our rector at Universidad de Lima, Dr. Oscar Quesada, who said, it is not so much about being perfect as about being better than the day before. Thank you very much, and I leave my email address in case you want to communicate with me, and I will be sharing the presentation as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And yeah, I just got a comment that your presentation is really interested for our participants and they want to get it also. And one more time, thank you, Nadia, for your awesome commitment to our joint work, because as you know, we need to provide some recommendations to APEC leaders after this event, after this meeting. And all your proposals and thoughts will be added to the final document, and we will circulate all the materials among our participants to confirm it. And after it, we'll provide it to the next level, to senior leaders of APEC from the countries, and then to APEC leaders. One more time, thank you for your presentation. And we are going to the next speaker from Vietnam. It is Rector of Vietnam National University, University of Languages and International Studies, our good friend, Do Tuan Min. He not only a professor and scholar, but he also a host of our Far Eastern Federal University representative office in his university. And I want to give the floor to Mr. Min. You are welcome.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well and see your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say, great thanks to the organizer of the conference for giving me the chance, very good chance, to say a few words on this conference. What I want to say here is we would like to tell you the story of our university, what we have done just to overcome all the difficulties when we suffer the pandemic COVID-19 and what we learn from it. Okay, as you know that just like other countries, other universities in the world, Vietnam also suffer a lot from the COVID-19 pandemic, which appeared and spread very quickly. And we are lucky just because after, I think, more than 3 months, we suffer from the COVID-19, we had 100 days in the new situation. In which everything seemed to come back to normal. And suddenly we suffer the second wave of the COVID-19 in the late July and the beginning of August. And suddenly everything, we had to go back to what we had done before. And there are good lessons after the two, difficult times that we suffer the COVID-19. However, today I'm very happy to tell you that we are just lucky to go back to normal. All the universities in Vietnam now, we are delivering the teaching and learning activities in the normal situation. And that's, we can say that we are quite lucky. So for the concerning matters, after all what we have done so far is, how could we implement effectively the online activities during the COVID-19 pandemic? And what should we do after we have overcome all the difficulties and now we enjoy the happy situation again? And what should we do just to cope with the situation that may happen in the future? And that's what we want to talk about in this conference. So first of all, I want to tell you what our university, the name is ULIS, that's University of Languages and International Studies. And what did we do during the COVID-19 outbreak? Okay, the activities are so many, but here I try to summarize in just a few things that we did. First of all, we had to issue the necessary documents in quick response to the pandemic. You know very well that before the COVID-19, we didn't pay much attention to the documents that the teachers need to follow in the online teaching mode. So what we had to do first, just to give them enough documentation, telling them the guidelines, what they need to do, what are required to do, and what are acceptable, what are not acceptable during the online activities. And after that, we quickly implemented the online teaching and learning activities at our university. Here are just some examples of all the documents that we issue during that difficult times. Here are some activities that we did. We say that the solutions. At first, we tried to make full use of the studio that we had as of facilities of the university, and that studio is very useful, where we can produce the lectures that can be live streaming broadcast, and we make full use of the Zoom software. That's what we are doing now in this conference. It is a miracle, I think. So, and we also subscribe to Microsoft Office 365 education, and they offer very good solutions, free during that difficult times for us. And we also try to organize different seminars on, giving guidelines, telling the teachers what to make full use of the application in their online teaching. Okay, here are some numbers and figures of what we have done so far. At the undergraduate levels, we have produced more than 1,000, exactly here is 1,397 lectures for the students online. 79 lectures have been produced for the double degree programs, and we have broadcasted 82 live streaming lectures so far. And during that time we suffer from COVID, we subscribe to more than 40 Zoom ID hosts. You can imagine that at any moment, at the same time, we had more than 40 Zoom conference for the students and the teachers to study. And over 4,000 accounts on Microsoft Office 365 have been given to the teachers and students. Okay, here are some of the pictures during the time we had to deliver all our teachings online. So now we have been back to what we call the new normal situation, and the good lesson should be learned. We should be prepared for the very uncertain future. Here in Vietnam, we are not quite sure whether the coronavirus may come back or not, but now we are ready to cope with anything that happens. So the investment into the infrastructure should be made. The human resources, the training of the people who are ready for the online teaching and learning should be done. And the university have come to the agreement that the blended learning method should be maintained. So here are what we have done. We have invested a lot of money in modernizing the internet system, the Wi-Fi system in our university. So in any classroom now, the teacher and the student can be connected to the internet all the time. The servers and the connection lines have been invested. The human resources for this way of learning, we pay a lot of attention for training the teachers. Besides issuing the policy for online teaching and learning, we have done a lot of courses for giving the professional development for the teachers. And we need to encourage the teachers and the students to get used to the blended learning. So now all our students, all our teachers are ready for any mode of teaching and learning. It can be on-site teaching and learning. It can be online learning at any time. And blended learning is what we are trying to do now in our university. We try to help teachers and learners better understand the online, the effectiveness of online teaching and learning. And we prepare teachers and students to learn about, apply, and actively apply online teaching and learning courses and try to apply all what they have learned into their own context. So to do all the thing here, we need to get the clear, direction from the governing board of the university, and we need to get all the departments of our university involved, because the teaching and learning now is not the job done by the professors, the lecturers, and the students. They need to get the support, the help from different departments, especially the IT sectors of the university. So here are all what we have learned from the story. There are opportunities and challenges at any moment, any activity. So we try to turn the challenges into opportunities. We have suffered a lot from COVID-19, but we have learned a lot from that. And we have the slogan here, ULIS beats COVID-19. And in fact, we have beaten it. So the online teaching and learning practices should be continued in the future. That's what our university have been doing and will do in the future. So thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Min, for a great presentation and sharing your thoughts and experience on how you organize the process in your university. It's really helpful for us, and as I said, after a presentation we also add some points to final recommendations. So, dear participants, now as the last presentation has been delivered, we announce a question and answer session opened. You can now address your questions to the speakers, and if you don't mind, I want to start this session because I got a lot of questions to our speakers from the chat, and we have 15 minutes, and now I want to pass the floor to our first question to Dr. Pustavoid. He has a question to our Chinese colleagues.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to ask Mr. Liu Yun. Do you hear me? Mr. Liu Yun, how did you provide academic mobility to your students in the conditions of e-learning?
就是您这边怎么向学生提供学术流动性，尤其是在政治电子教学方面。学术流动性，对。
Dr. Liu, do you hear our question?
Pardon, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. How did you provide to your students an academic mobility in the conditions of e-learning, electronic learning?
Okay, thank you.
可以说。我们呢主要是从这个 信息化的认证和验证方面支持学生的这个流动。那么具体的学术交流，学校之间的这种沟通是这个学校的管理方面的工作。
Okay, so from a CCHE perspective, that would support student mobility where our credentials verification and authentication with the authenticated CCHE document students can seek for job, exchange program, further education, etc. For the academic exchanges and research exchanges or further study application for another institution, that part of job relies to the higher education institution and related organizations side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. And the next question to Professor Zhen Yi from Australia. We got this question from the chat, and actually this question is really interesting for me personally too. How does your university organize the recruitment campaign this academic year? And what digital tool did you use, if you did use?
Thank you, Eugene. Thank you for the questions. And this year we've been participating, say for example, what we have done with Brazil. We've been doing all the agent fairs online, and also we're working with federal and local government and funding agencies. For example, we participate in the China Scholarship Council Fair this year for our Chinese market. And also we encourage all our academic staff to recruiting research students through their network and online programs. So we separated the coursework program and research program. So the research program is mainly through the funding agencies, like we're working with the Science Without Borders, we're working with DAAD in Germany and China Scholarship Council, and those fairs and partnerships and institutions are taking the leading role. For coursework programs, in our largest program is in subcontinent. We participated the Agents Fair. We also did a lot of program through our industry partners. And for example, like our aviation program with through the partners in India, and also for our astronomy, we're working with Israel, the India Space Agency. So we organize some workshop and also joint research seminars and all of those things to recruit research students. So I guess it's really interesting is you separate the research program and coursework program. The research program is mainly the academic supervisors lead, individual bottom-up, or through the funding agencies like China Scholarship Council, DAAD, or Science Without Borders. But for the coursework side of things, it's really have to go through with agents. And for the online fair, we did a lot of digital campaign and in different languages, and also with the traditional in the English-speaking countries, we did the Facebook, TikTok, all the Instagram and all those digital campaign, and through different platforms. And we also partner with like Future Learn in UK to do a upskill short program. So I guess that's a whole range of things. You have to really think what kind of program you want to marketing through the online program. They're all targeting different things. And we also did WeChat and Weibo in China as well. So I guess that's a whole range of things. You really have to look at your program, the short program, the micro-credentialing and the upskills, or your coursework program, how you're going to tap into your agent network or your research program. I guess that's a three big chunk for us did this year through the marketing campaign.
Thank you, very informative, Zhen. And actually the second question was addressed to our two speakers, and one of them is Zhen Yi, and the second one is Joyce Teo. But the question is the same. So it's up to you who will be the first to answer. So the question is, referring to your experience, Is there a difference in quality between online and offline education? Or it is only the matter of experience to make online education quality efficient? So Joyce, yes, if you are ready, you can answer, please.
Or you want to go first?
I don't mind that, Professor Reddy. You can go first, and I will take after you.
Oh, thank you. Look, I think it depends on the discipline, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be different. I mean, in so many countries, used to be before the COVID-19, they discriminate the online learning experience. So really, if you have for certain, unless you have a large number of experimental lab work, online program and on-site program shouldn't be any difference. The technology could enhance the interaction. The mainly thing is technology, you know, what kind of platform we're using. And some certain countries have this firewall. How are you going to address that kind of issues? So the main thing is technology to deliver that interaction and student experience between the teachers and learners. So that shouldn't be a barrier unless there's a huge amount of lab work involved. Really, it depends on the discipline. You know, you're doing the surgery, medical surgery, I mean, doing online, even the digital health can help in that part as well. In terms of we see there's a huge rush for a lot of government-driven about digitalization around the world, you know, during the pandemic. So USQ really had a lot of requests from our partner institutions and to see what kind of platform we need to use for interaction and improve the student experience. And the second thing is how you're going to design your online program and also assessing the learning outcomes. And the third part is how you're going to train your trainers. You know, a lot of those teachers are not very experienced online. How are we going to train them? It's not only the content, as my presentation said, it's also how you're going to deliver things online as well. And then how you're going to assessing students through the online examination and how you're going to assessing the student satisfaction through the online learning experience. So there's a whole range of things. In my personal view, it's a good program. It shouldn't be separated online or on campus or on-site. And I think there's a lot of things we can share between all the institutions is how we're going to, the good online program is definitely equal to the on-campus program.
Okay, thank you very much. Joyce Tell, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eugene. I would like to echo Professor Ren Yi and certain aspects as well. At University Brunei Darussalam, or UBD, we have been, as shared in my presentation, we have been doing the blended learning for many years. So during the COVID time, since between especially March to June, that was a good time for us to reflect on what better pedagogy, what are the skills we need to do to upskill the academic staff. So in terms of the quality of teaching and learning, we found that actually students' learning have improved for certain students, especially when those students are more akin to technology, and when some students tend to be more shy in some of the in-person classes. We noticed the online learning works well for this cohort of students through our survey. And of course, as the previous speaker has shared, some of the practical lab work for physics student, for chemistry student and biology student, you still need them to be back in the lab. So where we are strategizing, especially in April this year, to make sure that our timetable will be able to get them to come into the lab while observing the social and physical distancing. But overall, in my university, we believe that the quality of learning is not an issue, but rather how we can bring in and embed the component of student interactive component. We want to make sure that actually in UBD, from June 2nd until now, we have no in-person lectures. It's all online lectures. And in this new norm, we would like to keep to no in-person lecture, but only for the discussion, they can come in. So the blended will be in the form of online lectures plus tutorial system, which we will continue in the new norm. And what we can see, and one interesting element I would like to share with all the audience today is, we found it very interesting is previously to get a visiting professor to come in. So the person may have to delay the trip sometime. But with the online learning, the professors will be able to give the Zoom learning through our global classroom. We have a global classroom where we take the rotation of organized lecture. For example, one global classroom is global classroom for lifestyle diseases on the non-communicable diseases, where we take turn between the university to organize the lectures, which can be conducted more effectively and more productively targeted on the topic. So in terms of the quality of learning, we found that it's beneficial, but of course, we touch on my last point here. UBD in our GenX program, which is our undergraduate program, is a 4-year program. In our 3rd year, we send up 100% of the 3rd-year students out of the university, and about 80% of the students go out of the country as well for the mobility program, for abroad internship, abroad incubation, abroad community project. So this has been affected because of the COVID situation. Students are not able to cross the border. So what we try to do here is we discuss with the partner university to get the first component become virtual. So they learn about virtual mobility, they learn about virtual incubation and virtual internship, virtual community project. And hopefully when the travel advisory allowed, they will be going over there cross the border for 2 weeks to 4 weeks of the in-person experience to make sure that they still have that blended component. But of course, having said that, students' safety and health are the priority. So we will abide by the regulations and the travel advisory when that is allowed. So it's only that in-person component of the mobility program that we felt is a little bit of the suffering, which I believe that is the same experienced by the other partner university as well. Thank you, Dr. Eugene. I leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for a very interesting point of view. Dear colleagues, as we are running out of time, I just allow me to ask just one last question addressed to Nadia from Peru.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, what is the overall feedback of your students who are studying online, and how quickly did they adapt?
We started working on a pilot for blended classes last year. It's like we had a crystal ball and knew what was going to happen. And the experience was great. As far as the student goes, they actually adapt and learn very quickly. As Dr. Dr. Yusuf said, they interact more when they're in a virtual session. However, professors did have a little bit of, not problems, but they were starting to adjust and learn the environment. So I think for students, it works really well. And then when we had to go full virtual this year, students had no problems. No problems in the use of technologies, but they do have some problems with, having computers or laptops or internet, for example. It's in some areas it's not as good, and so that poses a problem. And professors have been adjusting little by little, but now I think there's satisfaction. Lima, I don't know if you know Lima, but Lima has a huge traffic, so having virtual classes or blended classes really is very convenient for students because they don't have to go to campus and they can take their classes from home or from work, and they like that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Nadia. And after all, so we are just going to the end of our meeting, and I just want to say some words to greet all of you for a great job. It was really a pleasure for me to work with you, to have such a very fruitful and informative discussion and meeting. I know that the topic of the meeting closely correlates with APEC and your national priorities, which involve digital economy, technology, sustainable innovative growth, and of course all of you faced this pandemic situation. So all your insights, thoughts, personal opinions, and of course experience of your own institutions will give a very good commitment to all our economies and to APEC community. I want to thank all of you one more time for a great job, and I want to pass the floor to Vice President of Far Eastern Federal University, Dr. Victoria Panova, to make some final conclusions. You are welcome.
Thank you so much, Evgeny. It was indeed a really enlightening 2 sessions. I should say we should probably aim at doing more of those meetings, maybe on a more regular basis, and their idea that just was born in my mind, maybe we do their standing platform on the basis of their international conference on higher education of APEC economies, which we could be coordinating from FAFU with their those colleagues from the universities that are most interested in, so we could provide regular leadership and regular feedback on their upcoming challenges, on the raising new issues and new problems that could be that we encounter on the way to a brighter future. As we already remembered, and it was mentioned almost in all the speeches, that this conference provides for a good platform of cooperation. We are once again thankful both to Ministry of Higher Education of Russian Federation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs that offers regular support to our conference, and it is extremely exciting for us that this year digital technologies allowed for a more in-depth, comprehensive participation of the highest level representatives, both on ministers level and deputy ministers level from the other APEC economies. It's really very important for us because it is not enough just to meet among us academicians, offer our bright ideas, share our experiences, and then this be buried into nothing. And cross cooperation, cross interaction with between officials and academia, between academia and civil society, between civil society and business, in all of all of the stakeholders, actually what makes the ideas materialize later on, materialize to the interest of all the parties, because universities cannot function in their isolation. We need to prepare, and a lot of presentations did talk about the future of work, and we cannot prepare their youth and also offer retraining for their elder generations, which would not be consistent with the needs of the business, which would not be consistent with their requests that respective governments have for us and for the visions that they have for our economies. So it's a very tight tissue which should continue in the same manner in order to provide for the well-being of each of our economies. Thus, we had two main sessions so far: global education and sustainability, and digital solutions and the future work. As a result of their today's deliberations, we actually prepared quite a long, not too long, leaders usually go up to over 50, around 100 paragraphs to look into when they meet, so we are quite concise with just 27 suggestions. I would not be reading them out all. I suggest that we send it out for editing, or let's say for further suggestions. Maybe we've missed something out, to all the participants, but let me summarize it, because it's practically been centered around several main points, several main dimensions that we as APEC universities have to be considering. So first one is the global leadership of each respective university within the international context. So we have to be having this global vision, not just of our university, not just of our country, but of our region as a whole in the context of the current global developments, of the current global challenges, of the current changing environment. And to this end, we have to be the scene setters and, in fact, rule makers for for our universities, for our countries to be weathering current and incoming storms. So this is the first big portion around which we have a number of different recommendations which suggest how we can be providing for this leadership. Another one is more about how we are looking, what is it that the universities are lacking, not because of them, but this is something we have to ask from our governments. We are not able to do it ourselves. For example, the lacking ICT infrastructure in many countries. Even in each of our countries, it's not 100% coverage. Of course, it varies from country to country, with Russia, in fact, being among the best fit for current tendencies. But if you look at the Far East, for example, we still see a number of remote territories, Vladivostok not being the case, or Ruski Island not being the case, but still lacking proper infrastructure for schools and local universities to have digital indication in the time of COVID or any other pandemics or any other type when we need to move more to distance learning. So, but also to be up to, during the normalcy times, we need to have those technologies in order to provide students and teachers everywhere, no matter where they are, whether in the big center, in the third capital like Vladivostok is for Russia, or in a smaller town, to be providing them with the best technologies, with the best methods that are available now. The same could be said about any country, any economy of APEC. And while we're different in size, we still, each of us has such not really positive experiences when it's not a real equitable and equal development for all. So this is another thing that we could be asking our governments, and where we can be working also together with our local and international businesses to provide for better infrastructure development, for better access. Another one would be rather concentrating around what we as universities could do, and it would be looking into synchronizing our relevant education systems, education programs, looking into new ideas, which areas we can cover that could be, that are required today for our sustainable development, inclusive development. A number of areas were mentioned today, be it biosecurity and food security, be it ICT and development of robotic techniques, be it general medicine, development of vaccines. So those are the areas where our universities could compile our best abilities and see how we can fit into multilateral framework, multilateral tissue, where we could be contributing and helping each other. For example, we have one stronger side, Vietnam National University, another stronger side, Tokai, third stronger side, so where we can combine, including into cross-discipline, which would be up to current challenges, and thus designing new programs, new research projects that would be benefiting us all, and also seeing which methods could be used for those new projects and new requirements. And probably the fourth and final one is about, we can put it earlier, in fact, is about how we incorporate our deliberations and our joint ideas into a wider framework of sustainable development goals. We know that current pandemics have set back a number of policies, a number of on national level and international level, be it food security, be it fight against poverty. Those issues could be enumerated along all the 17 goals and numerous targets under those 17 goals. So looking into making sustainable development transversal, including adding digital era solutions to it would be the fourth area, which we could also look into while putting our regional efforts into a global context, which would also be benefiting not just our universities, not just our countries, but also the wider community. So, as I said, 27 paragraphs centered around those four general topics, and I think we have a good, not start, we've been having such deliberations before, but this year brought new dimensions to it, and I think we're on a good way, and if we continue this in the same manner and try to be bold enough not to just continue talking after our governments, right, or not to criticize our governments. We just have to be suggesting something where we can be of use and where we can make a change. And then we will really do make a change. So I think this is what matters, and that's what our conference is about. So I would like to thank you for being here, for offering innovative ideas, for sharing your best practices, and I think we should continue in the same manner, and we will succeed and become stronger all together. Thank you so much.
So, dear colleagues, it was the last speech, and I just to make a conclusion that we have more than 50 participants today online. We got 7 ministries of education and their representatives, and 15 economists who are currently online. So we will share all these materials with you, and one more time, thank you very much and have a good day.